I'd like to welcome everybody to today's stream. The music you've been listening to is from Shin Megami Tensei for the PS1. And I am annoyed. I am your humble host, Gavin the Kitty, and I just spent the better part of an hour getting shit set up. I do not recommend trying to capture things the way I'm capturing them. But you know what? I got it working. So hello everybody! Welcome to today's stream. I am your humble host, Gavin the Kitty, and we are playing New Super Mario Brothers today. Let's, screw it. Let's unpause it. Tell me how audio levels are. It is, yes. Tell me how audio levels are. And we're gonna get right into it. Today we are doing New Super Mario Brothers DS, or as some of you may know it, New Soup! So, you know. Oh boy. I noticed a lot of you guys have been seeing the animation I did the other week, and I'm very happy that you guys have really been taking a liking to it. Hello! Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Christian. How you doing? Just playing some new soup. You know, some tomato. Hello, Tomo. Welcome, welcome. Just jump right in here. That's good. So this game, let's preface this, right? It's the Mario series. Everybody's heard of Super Mario, but in this case, it's on the DS, and for some reason, it's calling itself new. Oh, sweetie, we're 5 games in, 7 if we count a Yoshi title. This ain't new. But what is new is the power-up. Ah, well, Tomo, how about, before you start missing stuff, how about I jump into a little bit of history with this title? Hmm? So, this game came out on the Nintendo DS in 2006, and was a big old success for Nintendo, kickstarting a long line of New Super Mario Brothers games. This was meant to be a sequel to the Mario Advance series, while Advanced was what had come before, with a bunch of little additions. This is taking what they've learned from that, and making something wholly new. So if you ever heard the whole developers like, oh, well, we were going to... We made this remake so that our new dev team can understand what made the classic so great. This is a prime example of that. These games are absolutely amazing. They've got all new moves like the ground pound from the 3D games. He's got wall kicks from the 3D games, but he's still got that side-scrolling style. We can pick up enemies. We don't have the spin like we did in Mario World, but I'm sure we'll get that in a game or two. Of course, this did come out on the DS, and it was one of the DS's best-selling games, which I think is pretty kick-ass. But to go along with that, it also came out on the Wii U. You could play this on your Wii U, which I think is pretty awesome. Hey, Foxino! Oh, we meet again. Yes, we do. Funny how it just keeps happening like that, Aquil. But I feel Mario did the right choice here. Nintendo did the right choice with Mario by making them remake the previous titles in the series before they jumped wholly into a new adventure. Although, this probably would have been pretty kick-ass on the Game Boy with sprites, but, you know, 3D models mixed with sprites certainly gives this game a unique feel. I hope everybody's doing good today. How's everybody doing in chat? Oh boy. We're already getting into slipper eaters. Of course, there's going to be multiple exits. This isn't going to be an all exits run, but I am going to try to show off all the levels, so yeah. New to this game, as you can see on the far left of your screen, you can see down here we have a touch screen. If I touched this screen, the item goes up onto the second screen, and the power-up falls, just like in Super Mario World, like a held item in Mario World. However, unlike in Mario World, if the power-up is... I believe the power-up line is slightly different. So if I launched a shell while I was in something equivalency, like a mushroom, I believe the shell would go back down. But I could be wrong. Hello, Furry One Guy. Oh, I'm alright, Fox No. I'm just playing some new Super Mario Brothers today, honestly. Setup was a pain in my butt, but I mean, you know, that's how it is sometimes. And a blep to you too, Furry One Guy. A blep to you too. Oh boy. There we go. There we go. So there's going to be a lot of little secrets about this game that I really hope to show off. I believe if I hit L and R on the title screen, we'll switch into Luigi. There's also a way for Mario to lose his hat. There's all sorts of things to do. I just realized I forgot to shut the curtain. Thank you. Brent was tired of looking at my ugly ass and just said... Nah, Brent's a sweetheart who's trying to wake up. Cause for him, it's early because he's got night shift. Yeah, I'm doing just fine. Hopefully we should have a co-commentator for today. Even if it takes a little bit. Should be good all around. Oh man. So, if you're new here, I'd like to remind you guys to subscribe and leave a like on the video. Because it helps out the channel way more than you could ever know. So we've got the triple jump as well, which I haven't had a good moment to show off. But I'll do my best to show it off here in a bit. Of course, if you get... Star Coins are also new to this game. They're meant to act kind of like the... kind of like the Dragon Coins from previous games. Instead of giving you a 1-up, though, it's just a collectible that can open up different paths on the overworld, which I think is really cool, and they should have taken further, but... What do I know? I'm just, Dingus who really likes options in video games. We were right at the end, too. I was trying to do a triple jump just to show off a little bit, but we'll get there eventually. I love New Super Mario Brothers. I have a lot of history with this game, and I mean a lot of history with this game. My best friend in elementary grew up with the DS, and he'd bring it on the bus all the time, and he had multiple DSs at his house. So what we'd end up doing is we would do multiplayer and stuff all the time. Just New Super Mario Brothers DS multiplayer stuff. From the minigames and all that, it was just a lot of fun. It was a ton of fun. It wasn't until later that he got Mario 64. But I really enjoyed the time I got to spend with New Super DS. Of course, I know a lot more people know this game series because of all the soup jokes, so I expect you guys to spam at least a little bit of soup in the chat. Especially because, you know, it is new soup after all. It's not the tomato brand tomato that we... Oh, man. No, I freaking love all of the new Super Mario Brothers jokes. I think they're pretty good, but I also think all of the new Super Mario games bring their own flavor to the game in very subtle ways, which I think gets kind of lost as you play, honestly. Of course, Hazel would be spamming the soups. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it's a good game. I'm really hoping that it gets ported to the Switch at some point. Especially because it seems like we're getting Game Boy Advance games next. Because there is new Super Mario Brothers Wii, but it is a completely different game. It is a sequel. So, we had the Wii and Wii U games, and then New Soup 1 and New Soup 2 on the DS and 3DS, so... And then, of course, New Super Luigi U. So, it all tallied up to about 4 games total. And, yeah. No. The DS game is very different. It's got different stages, different layouts, different gimmicks. Here's our first of many. I guess once we get to a point, I can actually show off what's cool about the shell. Never mind, because I'm a fucking idiot. Blue shell. Yeah, it's a cool power-up, but I won't get to show it off yet. I'm trying to get the secret exit here so we can go to the lower world. In fact, I think that was one of the coolest gimmicks about this game was you could get different worlds based on how you played. I would say if you've never played it before, it is definitely new. I mean, heck yeah. Chomp. Welcome, by the way. I do think New Super Mario Brothers brings its own flavor. I think it's got it's still got a little bit of that rough edge from the Sunshine days, so... You know, when Nintendo liked to really experiment with its new series. So, you might be tempted to just go into the door. I don't have... I keep forgetting I don't have a rewind key. You might be tempted to just go into that door. But what you want to do is actually head upwards and you can find a secret pipe. This game does get pretty challenging too, so... Secret pipe. And if I had a shell, I could go through there, but I didn't have it, so... Of course, I'm gonna have to come back when I've actually got a blue shell. I completely forgot about that. I thought it was just run through. Yeah! I'll try my best to showcase some secrets and whatnot. I know a ton about this game. And we're going to be coming up on our second new power-up for this game, the Mini Mushroom. The Mini Mushroom was always pretty cool. You couldn't pick things up, but you could walk through tiny little barriers. You'd also get a really floaty jump like you were underwater in Mega Man, which I think is pretty awesome. It's kind of rad. But, of course, a mushroom would negate that, because you are down to one hit. So it counts as a lower power-up than even Super Mario. go ahead and use our power up real fast. How's chat doing? You guys feeling good? I hope so. Hope I'm not utterly boring you guys with random trivia that you don't really seem too interested in. Ba. Yeah. Sounds about right. Music be like ba. Yeah. So when you're underground, you actually can't use the mushroom. In early screenshots, the underground areas were actually on the bottom screen, and the mushroom would flip. Your item would flip to the top screen, making it unusable. Which I think that's kind of a holdover. They never ended up doing that. I think it disoriented the players a little bit too much, which is fair. But I mean, it still could be cool if they bring it back. You know, ever. Like 90% of the things in this game would be like, oh, it'd be cool to bring it back. Like, ever. Mario seems to have gotten caught in this field of, we have to redo 3, we have to redo World. I think really what Mario needs to do is start finding some fresh stuff. The Fast Space, welcome. Welcome to the channel. We're just hanging out and playing some new Super Mario Brothers. Feel free to pop in, hit subscribe and whatnot. Got lots of content on the channel already. All for the viewing audience's pleasure. We're just getting started today, so... Oh, nice! Well, kick ass. Well, thank you so much for clicking on it. Thanks for showing up. If you ever want to do a collaboration, just hit me up. I got a Discord and a Twitter down below in the description, so... Love doing collabs. I don't get to do very much because, like, they take a bunch of planning and shit, but... Like, I plan for them, and then they don't happen because people are busy. But, you know. Yeah, you get how that is. Either way. Just gonna get the red coins. Which, I think was... I think the red coins are first introduced in 64? I want to say? So, the whole point of the new Super Series was to bring in elements from the 3D games into 2D. Which starts out okay, but once you've hit that ceiling of, okay, we've leached everything from 64, they kind of fell back to Mario 3 a whole bunch, and then Mario World a whole bunch, and then just kind of stopped. I think it would have been way cooler if they brought in more elements from, like, Mario Land and Mario Land 2. Like, you could really... the games could benefit from a little bit of, difference in what they get. Alright, let's see if we can get the blue shell now. So the blue shell's got an awesome technique here. The blue shell power-up wall has never been really brought back. I think that has to do with the fact that it can be quite situational. However, it is my personal favorite power-up from this game, especially since it's never brought back in any of the new Super games. The closest we get is in 3D World, we can grab a shell, duck into it, and roll around like in the shell. Because if we get going fast enough, we'll just slide around, and that is basically death that we can jump too, and it's pretty awesome. I like the shell power-up. I just wish they could have used it to better effect in this game, but it really is designated to. This is a special power-up, which is a little bit of a shame, because I know a lot of people don't really like this power-up, but this is why it's useful. You may not be able to stop moving unless you let go of the run button. But I mean, you can really get some insane speed with the shell. There we go. And that's how you get the secret exit there. So I'll wait to use the cannon, but I'll showcase that in a little bit. Let's go ahead and take on the first castle. So, new to the 2D games is Bowser Jr. We had the Koopalings beforehand, but Bowser Jr. was introduced in Mario Sunshine, and of course they wanted to continue to use this amazingly designed character, which is just baby Bowser with a little scarf. And a lot more sass. And I mean, like, a lot more sass. I find Bowser Jr. to be a brat. Which is surprising, because Bowser's an actually good father. Like, from everything I've ever seen on the Mario series, like, I don't know anybody who's just like, yeah, Bowser's a terrible father. Everybody's like, well, Bowser's a good dad. Like, I don't know why his kid's such a fucking brat. I'm like, probably because they lied to the kid. That Peach is the mom, which... I know it's like, everybody's like, oh, but that's totally how it happened, but it's not. Let's be real here. They even admit to it. If you've beaten Sunshine, then you know the truth. But if you don't, well then, like, well, fuck. I guess you just fooled people with a plot twist that really isn't a plot twist. Bowser Jr. really holds, like, no... Not many great personable traits. But here he is! The boy we've talked about so far. And Bowser. And just like in Mario 1, you can either hit him 8 times, or you can just bonk the switch. Call it a day. And like in most games, the next world is desert. It's not really easy. It does get quite a bit challenging, especially in later worlds. But for the first couple worlds, it's pretty easy. I don't think it really gets too challenging up until the ice world. Hello, Revolta. Welcome, welcome. I just wanted to show that off. That's a neat little trick. Normally, you'd be getting hurt from that, but, oh yes, if you played newer Super Mario Bros. DS, which is a ROM hack of this, absolutely, this will look like this game is a piece of cake. But I'm talking if you base this off of the other new Super Mario Bros. Games, this is probably not only one of the more challenging ones, it's probably also one of the better ones. I think New 2 and U have this beat, but Luigi U I found to be super easy. I got so good at that game I started speedrunning it on my way home from high school. So, yeah. I think Luigi U is probably the easiest. Of course, we're going to be seeing these tiny little pipes that we can't enter unless we are Mini Mario. Speaking of this game, I used to have the strategy guide for this game. when we went over to Landon's and stuff, we used to look through the strategy guide for this and Mario Galaxy while we were playing, because we didn't realize that it was a guide. We were just like, "This is really cool. It's got maps and stuff. This is nice." I like looking into the developers' like psyche, because it was like, I didn't see it as a guide. I saw it as just another book on the shelf. Because, you know, I was a stupid kid in 3rd grade. Like, let's be real. I was gonna have stupid thoughts like that, where I'm like, wow, he is dumb. Like, yeah, because every kid's dumb. But, you know, it's okay. Of course, we got Lokitu's Cloud. Should be just about time for it to run out. If you get off of it while you're holding a direction, it will just start flying in that direction. So there I held down and to the right, and it just held that momentum. Ba-da-da. I'm trying to think about what to add to this, because this game really is a bit self-explanatory. It's another Mario adventure for the DS. It's got some new gimmicks, but nowadays they're pretty commonplace. If you've played all of the Advance series up to this point, you can kind of see what is so new about it, aside from the visuals. You know, just from the hub worlds. I think these open hub worlds, though, they could have been a bit wider, a bit larger. I feel like them going in a straight path is a bit, I don't know, limiting to the creativity of the overworlds. At the time, I thought they were awesome. Nowadays, I look at them and I go, but did they have to? This is another theme that isn't really brought back. I believe it's in the... I believe it's brought back in the New Super Mario Bros. Wii's multiplayer. But other than that, it really isn't ever brought back. And this is another stage theme that I think could be used to some great effect. Hello, Andre the Kangaroo. Welcome, welcome. Oh, man. I hope you and all your people who show up usually with you are having a good day. This just brings back some memories of sitting by the pool and playing this game. Of course, just like that, we found the secret exit. So stages can, so if you notice in the bottom screen, we've got a little map showcasing how far Mario is away from the goal. I don't know why they included this. This isn't really needed, but it does showcase a good length for each stage. I'm sure a lot of people have memories of this game. Like, it really is a trip down memory lane for me, though, because I haven't played this since I was a kid. Like, since the last time I played it, I think I was 9. That really puts me into the wow. Doesn't get put into perspective until I say, like, oh yeah, I'm like 22 now, and this game still sticks out in my memory as, like, one of those games. Hello, February. Ah, yes, the secret world for World 9. I used to have a hard time just finding the secrets for all of the other worlds. Like, nowadays, it's not much of an issue. With the internet and the like, it makes it super easy. But I used to have guidebooks and one of them was like, yeah, if you game over, like, put this code in. And then I saw just the other week, it was like, new code discovered in New Super Mario Brothers, and I'm like, that... I've known about that code since I was a kid, because I had this old cheat book that told me. Hello, Siskel the Otter. Hello, Tree Boy. I think the twirling mechanic is so cool in this game. Alright. There we go. I'd like to remind you guys as you're coming in to make sure to drop a like. Helps me out. Hello, Gary the dog. We're just playing some New Super Mario Brothers on the DS and having a grand old time. Oh, cool! I get to showcase this. So if you get a double number on the end, you get fireworks. And retro-sounding end screen. As well as, I believe, a mushroom house on the... Yep, mushroom house on the first dot. So let me go ahead and showcase the mushroom house. So mushroom houses are neat. They'll give you an item. At least these ones will. Then the green ones are for 1-ups. So I can't use my power beforehand. And that just gave me a big mushroom. Didn't help me out here, but I mean it probably could have if I had used that flower. Of course, we've got the cannon. Yeah, the secret worlds were always something else. Hello, Zero the Panda. Zero the Red Panda. Sorry, I might just be a little bit tired. I am having some of that early morning Mario feel for today. How you feeling today? Everybody's feeling... how you feeling today? I'm feeling a little bit Italian. Italian-American. Italian-American from Brooklyn. Ba-da-da. You mean you're feeling a little bit Mario? We got a doctor for that. Ba-da-da. Yeah, my jokes are gonna be terrible, guys. I'm sorry. That's just where I'm at today. This is always where the Mario for me like started, like just being interested in this series. When I was growing up, my dad had talked about how he had played Mario beforehand. Bonjour, Hazel the Cheetah. How you doing? My dad had talked about how he had played Mario beforehand, and I was like, "But this is a new game, Dad. This is new. They haven't come out with one before this. You know, kids not understanding that there is a history here. There's a past. It kind of started that fascination with what had come before. Just the way my dad talked about those older titles with such whimsy and grace in his voice, it just got me interested in old games. And then watching him beat the game and seeing the credits for the first time, oh my god, that was the coolest thing. Actually, for me, I was like 7. Like, from that moment on, my dad was like, I was like, my dad's like the Mario whiz. Which he wasn't, he just knew how these games were made, and knew how to beat them enough to play them, you know, with a little bit of skill. Enough skill to get to the end. He couldn't get to all the secrets, but he did get to the end. Which I thought was pretty cool. Versinkton the Kangaroo, welcome, welcome. Always good to see everybody popping in. Dimitri as well. Hazel, Zero, yes, yes. Sorry. I'm trying to remember everybody that comes through. through. The chat can be kinda... The chat can be moving fast at times. Ah, there we go. We're almost to the halfway point of World 2. And we got a Mega Mushroom House. I'll wait to show that one off, because that one's pretty neat. It'll give you a Mega Mushroom, but... Okay. Mini Mushroom. Hello, Ronnie the Panther. So we're gonna want a mini mushroom in our item box. I don't believe this swaps. No, it does not swap. That's kind of what I meant by the power-ups acting a little different than they did in Mario World. I wish they did swap though, because that would make our mini mushroom hunting for later on in this world a little bit easier, because the final boss for this world is not Bowser. Because of course, we launched Bowser into lava. Hello, Tyler. Welcome, welcome. Everybody's showing up today. That's always good. Always good to see everybody popping in. But no, the boss for this world, on the secret bosses that aren't Bowser Jr. or anything, you can end up getting to other worlds, which I always thought was pretty neat. But I think most of the new Super games are really cool. Call me a fanboy if you will, but I always liked 2D Mario. I'd love to see another 2D Mario game. One that's not just a port. Hello, Juno the Witlings. What's that? Yes, as everybody's popping in here, I'd like to remind you guys to leave likes and whatnot. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs, so sharing links around also helps. So, heck yeah. There is that. World 2, Tower. Tristan the Raccoon. Oh, not a whole lot. We're just playing some Mario. As I do. It's a little bit of DS week, because the other game that we're playing this week is Sonic Rush Adventure. And that is another DS title, so we're getting a little bit of, we're getting DS happy, you know. Hello, Casey the Hyena. Casey the Hyena. Alright, in we go. Alright, now here's the tricky bit. They didn't bring this back, which I think is such a shame. A moving piece where we have to wall jump. To stay up there. Of course it comes back down, so you can always try again. But this could have been such a cool gimmick to, like, use anywhere else. Then all you gotta do is come up here. Like, that's such a cool gimmick, and they don't use it anywhere else in the game, really. Same with this, but it's used a couple more times. The blocks that just appear. course, Fred Bowser Jr. January the Tiger. I assume it is. I presume it is. I just realized I forgot my Dr. Pepper upstairs. I'm gonna have to grab a drink here soon. But I don't want to have to stop the gameplay that's going on, so... Ew. The tricky bits of being a streamer. It's always good to see everybody in chat. I'd like to remind you guys that I am still open for commissions, so if you'd like commissions, like art of your characters or sonas, whether it be D&D, a human character, maybe something for a story, maybe you're just looking to concept something, I am open for commissions. And I'm generally happy to work on whatever you guys throw my way. Prices are found on my Twitter at GavinDragonYT. And if you can't do that or donate, you know, because donations are also welcome. Links in the description. If you don't like, if you can't commission or don't feel like donating, we also, all I ask is that you guys subscribe and send links around to your friends, because we play a lot of games on this channel. In fact, starting, I think, either this week or next week, we'll also be starting up another series with a co-host. We're going to be going into a little bit of some spooky territory with the game. I'm not going to give it away, but... got it going in the back burner, and, you know... if you've been keeping up with these streams, then you might already know what it is. Hey, I mean, if you find him cute, you find him cute. He is a sweet kid, but he's also a brat, so I'm in the camp of let me punch him a little bit. Because I find Bowser can be nice when he wants to be. Bowser can be a little unruly and a little bit, like, angry. But, like, Bowser Jr. he's just a brat. Like, let's be real. He throws fits, throws tantrums, causes problems. If you've played Mario and Rabbids, you kinda know what I'm talking about. And of course, we'll get to Mario and Rabbids when we get there, but for now, we're playing Mario DS. New soup. We got some new soup. It's tomato flavored. I'm gonna figure out a different flavor for each one of these games. So for New Soup DS, it is tomato. This is the tomato flavored Mario game. Morrowind, I have not, sorry. Skyrim, Morrowind, Fallout, all that stuff. I don't really play them. Not my style. Sorry. You know, we haven't encountered a Starman yet, which I think is a really good sign. That they really trusted the player to just kind of find their own with the platforming and level design and not really rely on power-ups a whole lot to make it through. Like, yeah, like, getting invincibility is cool, but, like, I think in the early stages, giving the player a star is, like, basically saying, okay, here's easy mode for this one level, instead of honing their skills for something more to come. This is one of those levels where I think it's really cool, like, just design-wise. Ba-da-da-da. Oh, Try not avoid the mystery boxes. Yeah, no. I can get other power-ups, though. Another thing that's not really brought back, this cork in a pipe. Like, that would be cool. That could be a cool gimmick where you have to, like, hit, like, 4 or 5 switches to, like, unclog a pipe at the end. Like, that'd be cool. And if you manage to get them all, you get a secret exit. But if you don't, you get the normal exit. Like, that'd be sweet. That could be a cool gimmick throughout a whole level. But instead, they don't ever do that because, like, it's the one time we see that. Which I think is cool, but it's like, you could be using your gimmicks better. And if you only had this one time to use a gimmick, bring it back for another game. But they don't really do that. A lot of what you're gonna see in DS1, at least, in New Soup DS, or as I shall call it throughout the rest of this video, probably Tomato. And Soup Tomato is cute and evil. Evil and deadly. You're gonna see a lot of, oh, we had this gimmick for one level, and we never brought it back again. Why not? Oh, just because we didn't want to. Not because we didn't have any other ideas for it, just because we didn't want to. Because I can think of ideas, and I'm 22. Like, I'm not the height of creativity. I shouldn't be, anyways. World 3 or 4. We'll get to both, actually. This is another cool thing. A castle that goes outside, like, that's cool. And it would be even cooler if there was a custom design for this castle to showcase it's a little different on the overworld. In fact, I think that would be something that they could do for the next New Soup game. Like, bring in, like, custom overworld sprites for everything. You could even bring back the ability to, like, do all that. Alright. Alright. I think I might have just jumbled my words there for a second. Too many bullets? Nah. Resyncton? Nah. No. Just the right amount. Alright, now here's the tricky bit. Doing this. So we have a mummified Pokey. And you have to ground pound off of it. Or else she'll bounce off of it. Also, I love the music in New Soup DS. It just got a really good feeling of, like, tension. Hey, I said it was gonna be tough. It's gonna be tricky to do this. So there's gonna be one other spot in the game where we have to use a mini mushroom to get a secret exit. Yes. Press F to pay your respects. Mario was a good man, except for the times that he wasn't. You know? Oh, that's a good question. The Mario movie. Hazel with the F. The Mario movie that's coming out by Illumination. Who all is excited for that? At all? I know personally, from my point of view, since I am more of a Sonic guy, like, I'd like for the game to be good. Like, I'd like for that movie to be... game to be good. It's because I normally talk about games. I'd like for that movie to be good. I'm also not holding my breath because I know... Cautiously optimistic. That's a good term for it. Because, I don't know, the Sonic movie was good, but, like... I don't know how much you could do. You're hyped for it? That's good. We'll do a spoiler talk about it. Probably me and Artie. Once that movie comes out. I'm watching it in theaters. And I'll get the DVD of it when it gets released, but... Ah, we did it! Don't go back to normal size? Well, we're gonna have to get the actual exit for this world. 2 was even better. Fast Space, 2 was even better. You won't get time to defeat that thing. Eh. So, we've just entered World 4, but we're gonna go back to World 2, and... yeah. I'd say pick it up on DVD. I'm sure it's gonna come out on Blu-ray here soon. I wouldn't say it's worth it to go watch it on, like... I wouldn't say it's worth it to go watch it on, like, theaters right now, because I don't think it is in theaters. That'd just be a hassle. What, for this level? I'm going back to normal size. So that way then we can beat this properly. So that way then we can get World 3. And then we can do the worlds in order. Or slightly out of order. I'll let you guys pick. You guys have until the end of this castle to pick which world we're doing first. World 4 or World 3? All up to you guys. I wish I could put it like a little poll in the chat. Honestly, I can't wait till we get to the other games in the series, because the other New Soup games have really unique gimmicks as well. And I'll get to show off what I love about those games, too. Especially since I know those games don't get quite as much love. A lot of them are like, ah yes, another 2D Mario game. And it's like, no, they're unique in their own way. Even if it's not, you know, wholly new, it's still new. It's on a new console. But nah, I do understand the issues people have with these with the new Super games feeling very repeat-esque. There we go. So if you beat it with any other sized mushroom, sized Mario, you get a normal exit. So are we doing World 3 or World 4 first? Now that we've unlocked both, you'll get to see what both are like. We have a jungle and we have the beach. So go ahead and in chat, tell me what's up. Tell me which one you want. You put it on a roulette? I want to let you guys vote. Just, like, pick one. Whichever one I see, like, 2 or 3 of, I'll go for. Gives me a second to breathe. I'll be right back. I gotta grab my soda. So. Thank you guys so much for the support on this video so far. It's really means a lot to me. But I will be right back. Gotta grab my soda real fast. You guys get to voting. I just found out I can add a poll, so there's a poll. World 3, World 4. Vote. The roulette said 3. I'm not going on roulette. I'm going off of the poll at the top. Alright, I'm back. Let's take a look at this poll. 50-50, really, guys? 2 votes. 1 more vote for that, and we'll go for it. So it's a poll in the chat. World 3, World 4. Just click one. Should go beach first. That's fair assessment. We'll go beach first, cause 50-50. It's the most unconcisive, like, poll ever. 2 people voted. They're dragging it both ways. Da da da. So underwater levels. They're hated, right? But why are they hated so much? Mostly mobility. But that doesn't make any sense because Mario has more mobility underwater. I think it has to do with the speed of gameplay. So in an underwater world, you tend to move slower. Well, in Mario, if you grab a shell or something underwater, you can end up going faster. Auto-scrollers are one thing, but I think the speed of movement has to really do with it, because there's no good way to speed Mario up underwater. They're also tough levels to really design because of the way they're structured, because like they're very open-ended. So they make the structure of these levels harder to design for, because Mario can move in all directions. It's also one of those things that Mario is more equipped as either small or Fire Flower, but the minute you are tiny, the minute you're in between, you're not only are you a larger hitbox, but you're also not able to attack, which makes the designing for that even harder. Oh, sweet. Double 8s. Let's find out. I think that one's the extra life, maybe? Maybe that was 7. And nope, Mega Mushroom. Of course, Mega Mushroom. The one I don't want. I don't want to see it. I don't really want Mega Mushroom just because it's very situational. I know it was advertised a ton with this game, like, oh, look, Mario can be giant-sized, and I'm like, that's cool, but he can also be super tiny, and the shell power-up's a way cooler gimmick once you see it in action. Oh, man. No, it can be useful in a lot more. It's really useful against boss fights. But the problem is getting that, it's just... Getting that, it's not really worth it. Because you can either take up a ton of space on your... You can take up the only slot you have for extra items, making it basically a giant weight. Oh, damn. Just barely wasn't fast enough. So some may be wondering how I am playing this game today for you. I'm using an emulator, and the controller I'm using is a PlayStation 1 controller, so it's really, really weird. Just to say the least, it's weird to play a DS game with anything other than a Nintendo D-pad. I didn't think about that going in, so this is what we got. And I just noticed the neighbors are playing loud music, so let's hope I don't get a copyright claim. Because I would really be annoyed if I got a copyright claim over something I can't control. I know it's vibrating the floor, so I'm sure you guys can hear it. DualShock 1 on a PC. Yes, I am. Well, not DualShock. This is straight up PS1. Before the analog sticks. Particularly a PlayStation Classic controller. Because the Classic controller is easier to hook up. I just plug it in. But it is still a PlayStation 1 controller. I believe it's got the same internal, like, numbers on the back as well. So. Oh, yes, absolutely. There's a big reason I generally don't use Xbox controllers when I play games. It's because the D-pads are not the best. In fact, I had a blister on my thumb for a while from the Xbox Series X D-pad. You only hear the game music? Are you talking about your game music? Because I'm talking about my neighbors who are playing loud music and I can hear it through the walls. And I'm worried about it picking up on the mic because I really don't need a copyright claim. I want my video to be seen for a long time. So, yeah. You can't hear them, that's good. That means that my noise suppression tricks have worked. And I'm not going to ask them to turn it down. There's no reason. I don't feel like being that guy, you know. I play loud stuff sometimes too. There's no point in me getting huffy about it. It's like, no, of course. You want to jam to your music? Absolutely, go ahead. Play it loud, you know? That's the era I grew up in. Like, come on, N64, play it loud. Okay, yeah, that has nothing to do... Yeah, that has nothing to do with the conversation then, Revolta. That's your thing. That's not what's going on for me, or this game, or this stream. That's just you. Okay. I guess I should let the next poll be after World 5. Are we doing World 6 or World 7 first? I'll do that real fast. And I'll let that run while I'm playing the game. I might as well. So this stage is all about the barbed wire. Or the chain link fences. These change with how you approach them. So right now I'm behind the chain link fence. The only way that changes is if I bonk a chain link fence and go around to the front side. Yeah, it should say 6 or 7. I changed what the rule. I changed what the voting thing says, because it's a poll. It's not a roulette. I changed what it said because we've already voted which world we were doing first. So we're doing this and then World 4. But World 6 and 7 are the next two that have a split path, so. Figured I might as well ask. And now they're smoking weed, and I can smell it through my walls. Joy. Joy, joy, I guess. It gets really infuriating. Can't wait till we're able to afford our own house, but market's not great right now, so I'm not gonna get into it. My friend Artie's had enough troubles trying to get her own place. That has been an ongoing saga. Here's hoping it goes well for her, because that girl deserves it. She works so fucking hard. Not only for her family, but for also, like, she's also helped me out so much with my YouTube. In making the Safer Word Twitter, helping me out with the Telegram channel, with the art, also link in the description, managing the Discord server. She does so much work. She's so nice. Someday I'm gonna find a way to pay her back for everything she's ever done, because she just does such an amazing job with everything. Alright. So as you can see, as we're playing along, there's a lot more levels are opening up to us. And shell. Of course, shell. We want the shell. Shell is love. Shell is life. Someone tell the shell that we're wigging out here. I'd much rather a fire flower than a shell in this world, but it's okay. It's okay. Because the shell can let us move faster underwater. It's not a big deal. Now it might be. I'm sure we'll get more as people realize that I'm streaming Mario. I love playing through Nintendo stuff, so... the fast space, if you've got some friends who are interested in Mario, or, you know, just bored, if you ask them to come by the stream, I'm sure that they could check out the channel. I'm sure you'd get them to vote for something. There we go. Just what I needed. Bloopers are kind of tricky. The thing about bloopers is they don't move unless you move. They react to you. So if you're standing on the sea floor, they shouldn't hit you. Because that's the way bloopers are. Of course, you still don't want to stand around. There's other hazards down there, like fish. Known as cheap cheeps. Because they're a cheap shot, damn it. Heck yeah, a lot of people, well, yeah, because not a lot of people whip out their DSs to play games nowadays. We pull out the Switch, we pull out our mobile phones, we pull out the PS5, or the Xbox One, because nobody has a Series X and actually enjoys that damn thing. Because everything that you could play on it is on the X1. There's no reason to have one. That's another story, but, you know, a lot of people you may remember playing this game, and that's the whole reason I play it now, is to be like, hey guys, remember this really kick-ass game? I know nobody plays it nowadays, but, like, when I was a kid, this was the shit. This was the bee's knees. Gee willikers, that party sure was the bee's knees. Don't ask me where I'm getting my lingo from. I don't even know at this point. I watched old TV, and I still don't fucking know. It's like, what the fuck are you doing over there? Fuck if I know. Something about bees and knees or whatever. I don't know. Can't wait till I might do another Mario Maker stream too. to go along with all of this. Just kind of depends. I might make it an upload. I don't know. Got a lot of planned videos on the way, and I'm just like, I don't know which to do first. Well, thank you so much for stopping by. Pleasure to meet you. I hope you have fun with whatever you're doing. And make sure to come back sometime. I try to play games once a day, so. There we go. I didn't have to do all of that, but I wanted to. I wanted to be clever, damn it. So as you can see, the map down there is now covered up with booze, so... You know, booze. Spooky. And just like that, we're at the end of World 3 already. Darn, this is a productive Monday morning. What are you? It's 5:12 in the afternoon. Do you know what your kid's doing? I don't have any kids, so I mean, like, it's like those old ads where it was just like, it's like 3 in the morning. Do you know what your kids are up to? It's like probably sneaking out of the house and causing mischief somewhere. For me, that answer was always upstairs in his room. Probably playing on his Nintendo. I don't fucking know at this point. Ah, yes, okay. I had to think about that for a second. Swing back here, go up. You don't have to wall kick, but it is faster. Big thwomp. We're staying well stocked here with fire flowers. I'm also getting bonked around like it's nobody's business. Alright. I want to get the star coin just because I think I'll just do the next, the boss there. We might do an all star coin stream where I just go back and I get all the star coins that we've missed, but for now, big fishies. Ba-ba-da-ba-bow. So I believe ground pounds do extra damage, I think. It was either this or Wii that had the extra damage for a ground pound, and I couldn't remember which one, so... Alrighty. Alrighty, so we've made it to the ice world. This is where the game starts to pick up in difficulty. But let's go back to World 4 and see what we missed. A Boppin' Soda Jungle style level. That's what we missed. Stuff with the new climbing enemies from Mario 64. If I was good enough, I would have landed on that Goomba and kept the chain going. And of course, Plussy's here. You know, from Mario 64, because Mario 64. This entire game is about bringing in 3D elements to the 2D games. A more acrobatic Mario than we've ever seen prior. Also, a more dead Mario than we've ever seen prior. Oh, shit. If you guys are just joining us today, I'd like to remind you guys to subscribe, leave likes, do all the fun stuff. I'm planning on playing through all the Mario games. All 2D and 3D and arcade entries. For now, we're on New Super DS. Once we finish up with the 2D titles here, we're gonna jump into Mario's arcade roots. Got most of that video actually planned out ahead of time. Believe it or not, I plan out these streams well ahead of time. Oh, shoot. I could have just went for the end, but instead I had to be like, ah, look at me, I can jump on Goombas. What am I, a snob? God, So Plessy can put her head down. I wish February was here, because he's got a lot of insight into these retro Mario titles. Can you believe this game is considered retro? It's really surprising how many years ago this was. This was almost 20 years ago. A couple years it'll be 20 years. Gaming really has advanced and exceeded a lot of my expectations from when I was a kid. Like, what was retro when I was a kid is now, like, considered too old to be sold by some people. And what was considered trendy and new when I was a kid is now retro. That's so strange. It is so strange. Reminder that we have a poll going on in the chat to see if we got if we do World 6 or 7 next after World 5. That'll go up until the the ending of World 5. So make sure to get your vote in. I'm working on a new ending image, by the way. Ooh, here we have a fun gimmick: the leaning mushrooms. They go in whatever direction you are standing on them. Or they'll drop you right into a pit. Just like that. Here we go. These were a cool gimmick. I think they could have done more with them, but my dad always hated these style levels, and I asked him why, and he's like, "'Cause there's bottomless pits everywhere," and I'm like, why? These are like the most fun style stages to go through. They've got bopping music, they've got really cool mushroom patterns, like, I don't know, I just thought they were always really cool. Also, I did that wrong, so no into the air trip for us. Trying to remember if that was a bonus or a secret level. Alternate path. Got it.
Here I go.
If you really look at the overworld, you can kind of tell where every path's gonna go. So, yeah, love me some new soup. But for this in particular game, we are considering this the tomato soup. Because it's kind of a baseline. It's simple, but not too simple, and it goes perfect with a grilled cheese and a little bit of old school memories. You know, you've got tons of memories, probably, eating a grilled cheese sandwich in a bowl of tomato soup. But it's not... that new. It's still... It's got some freshness to it. So this is the tomato soup of Mario games. Don't worry, the comparisons are only going to get stranger when we hit our next title, which I think is going to be New Soup Wii. Especially when we hit New Soup Wii, because I consider that the chicken noodle soup, and we'll hear why later. I think of 2 as, I think of 2 as, like... How do I put this? I think of New Soup 2 as... Oh, something. I know I think of you as... chunky beef with noodles. Once again, you'll get explanations for all of these as we play the games. For today, it's just DS. It's just tomato. You're just getting the tomato soup. And you're gonna like it. What's the Seinfeld clip? No soup for you? Somebody animated that recently, and I thought that was really funny. It's like, you want bread? Yes, I want bread. No soup for you! Ripped the soup out of his hand and gave him back his money. Soup sounds good today, though. Having rice and beef lately. Been using up what I've got in the pantry because I'm like, you know, haven't been to the grocery store in a while. God damn. I said World 5 is where it starts to really heat up, but if you jump straight into World 4, you're about to get your butt handed to you. Granted, that could also be because I've been playing an hour and a half in, and, you know. Of course I'm going to be feeling a little bit more tired as I'm playing the game. You might also notice the checkpoint flags are a bit far back. Like, the middle of the stage was over here. Oh, man. Might do Rayman as a series. You never know. You never know with me. I like a lot of different games, so... So these eels are from 64 as well. I think they're used to some great effect here. Right, now let's not look like an absolute dingus. There we go. There we go. That's just so nice. Oh, man. Here I go. World 4 Castle. So the wall jumps here are performed very simply. You just hold the direction of the wall and then jump off of it. And Mario will jump. Which I always thought was like really like fair. But especially when I eventually got to play stuff like Mega Man X. Where I'm like, yeah, that's how a wall jump's done right there. And it's like the same thing there, except you can veer more in the direction that you want to go. Like back into the wall. Here, you can't do that so much. So when I played Super Metroid, this game messed with my muscle memory so much. Because I was just like, why doesn't it just work like New Super Mario Brothers? Why is it not like this game? It's like the obvious answer is because it's not. But you know. Mess with my muscle memory, but now I can do all the wall jumps fine, so... I have not played a game where wall jumping has been my huge point of contention. So you're supposed to hit the shells back at him. Or, you know, you can just hit fireballs. Fireballs are always a good answer. Alright. 62 star coins. And we're almost to the... Or we're almost done with the halfway point of the game. Once we reach this point, we're gonna be halfway done with this title, which is pretty freaking awesome. Once we get done with World 4. Which I think is pretty rad. There's no 9th world here. That didn't happen until the next game. Hello! Welcome, welcome. Valine, I believe that is Solier? I think. Just, hello, welcome. I'm gonna stop embarrassing myself by trying to remember people. Everybody I've noticed has like 2 or 3 accounts, and I'm like, people be crazy. Understandable, but crazy. But welcome, welcome. We're playing New Soup DS. You know, because we've got some new soup. I've compared this game to Tomato Soup today. So we're playing the Tomato Soup of Mario games. And you can really, like, if you've never played this game, think about Tomato Soup when you play it. Also, don't be like I am and trying to go for, like, crazy strats. Because I haven't played this game in, like, I don't know, a long-ass time, and I'm like, yeah, let's just fucking jump into the crazy strats where I, like, try to bonk on shit a couple times. And 1 and 2 are the best ones in your opinion? That's cool. I like 1 quite a lot. I also like U quite a lot. New Soup U is really good. Personally, I think I like Luigi U more, despite me thinking that it's the easiest one out of the easiest out of all of the New Soup games. I just really enjoy it for some odd reason. You know? Boom! 1 up. was like, don't try the crazy strats. Does it on the second attempt. Woot woot. I'm not doing as bad as I thought I was going to be doing, so, you know. That's good. That's always good to see.
Here I go.
Now we're on 4 Ghost House. And I also can't keep going. So if you hold run and run through a stage like that with the you will automatically go into a shell. So oh, this might be a challenge. But screw it, we will take them up on this offer. Liked these as gimmicks too. This boo was really cool. Like, it deflates and moves as you go to it. Oh! Well, I mean, I had my fun with New Subway. It's not my favorite, but if it was somebody's favorite, I'm not going to get upset with them for enjoying it. The fact that they got upset with you for you not liking something is a little funny. I know I've gotten upset with some people's opinions before, but I'm not, like, taking it to heart and, like, being upset with them. Like, no. It comes from a place of me attempting to understand and not really coming off correctly. But, in terms of New Soup Wii, like, I like that game. I liked it well enough, but it's tied to a lot of memories of my dad screaming at me. Because when that game was brand new, I was going to my dad on a regular basis, because he held partial custody with my mom. And he wasn't the nicest man. He also wasn't the meanest man, but he'd always get really angry at the game. Like, consistently. To the point where it was like me and my little brother noticed a pattern of him just getting upset and angry every time he played it. So, with New Soup Wii, I just find it a weird... It leaves a weird taste in my mouth. It's not bad. It's just not a game I wish to go back to all too often. Which, for this series, it might put a different taste in my mouth, which is what I'm hoping for. Because I've gone back to a lot of games throughout this channel, where I'm just like, yeah, I feel a little different about this title now. And I'm hoping that New Soup Wii is one of those titles where I'm just like, yeah, I feel better about it. But until that moment, it's still one of the in-between ranking ones, in my opinion. Not a bad game. Far from it. Not a game I wish to go back to all too easily. Just a lot of harsh memories there between me and my dad. Yeah. My dad can still kick my ass at Mario Kart, but so can a lot of people. My dad's really good at Mario Kart. Granted, so is my boyfriend, so... Traits that my loved ones share. Odd traits my loved ones share, absolutely, but traits nonetheless. Even if my dad's not super close to me. Love these little drawbridges. I think they could have been used to better effect if we had, like, a road-themed stage with a, If we had, like, a road-themed stage with a bunch of, like, cars passing under. Could have been really cool. Ideas left to hackers and people who could make really cool levels with these gimmicks. And it wouldn't take much. It would just take, you know, change of scenery, change of music. Stuff I see people do all the time with these games. Also, stuff I also see myself doing all these times, that a lot of times with these games, just fucking walking off edges. I never claimed to be good. Claimed to be okay. Oh, god damn it. There's the triple jump I wanted to show off earlier. Right up in the center. There. Why is my nose kind of stuffy? It's in a weird way. It's like... It's like not sick stuffy, it's just like stuffy. If that makes any sense. Alright, there we go. We missed one coin, but it's alright. Just about 2 hours for halfway through the game. That ain't bad. Not great. I did want this to be one part, so I guess we're going a little longer today, but... That's not too bad. I've got, I think, 2 art pieces to finish today. One is a sticker, and I already have it started, and the other one is a smaller, cuddly piece for Eon, so... So, when I was a kid, I loved Mario a ton. Like, absolutely. Loved this series to death. And once I transitioned into the 4th grade, I had to switch schools. So instead of the kid who liked Mario being, like, kind of chill to talk to, and fairly nice, the only other kid who liked Mario in the school was a gentleman who's really shaped up his life. Like, he's super cool nowadays. I think he joined the military and stuff. Super nice guy. Super nice guy. But he had Asperger's. And he got on a lot of people's nerves. A ton. And of course, kids being kids, they bullied the shit out of him. So when I showed up, and I also liked Mario, I was lumped into the same camp as him. Basically, they thought I was super annoying. Which was a shame, because I just wanted friends. So, after enough time, I just really stopped playing Mario throughout high school. Like, I didn't stop liking the character. Absolutely not. I held true to that, but I didn't say it. I never, told anybody that it was my interest that I liked Nintendo games, because I didn't want to be lumped into the same book as him. And nowadays, I know that's not true. most people look at me and go, yeah, no, you're just a cool dude. You like Nintendo games. I do too. Like, because that's like the normal thing to do. But kids are kids, and so be it. Kids do kids things. Alrighty. That's been quite some time ago. Stuff got better for me in high school. Like, a lot better. So, once I started once I started growing up and maturing more, the more I realized, no, I don't have to stop liking the things or talking about the things that I'm interested in just because nobody else is interested in them. It just means, like, I can go find other people that are interested in the same stuff I am. And I really want kids to take that into perspective. Like, if you're in high school when you're watching this, to kill a thwomp, a Starman will do that. Invincibility Star. And I think a Hammer Brothers suit will as well. Hazel, that's how you get rid of a thwomp. I believe so, yes. But back to what I was saying, I think that's something a lot of kids need to learn. And I don't think a lot of people have understood that. When people say cut the toxic people out of your life, another way to do that, another way to phrase that without being so rude about it, is to say, okay, they're not interested in what I have to talk to, because some people will mistake certain levels of what people say. Like, they'll take it out of context, and they might take it way too far out of context. Another easy way to say it without being so harsh or sounding so rude to yourself is, like, instead of cutting people, like, instead of acting like you're cutting a tumor out of your, like, liver or whatever, put it like this: they're not interested in me or what I have to do, so I'm gonna go find people that do, and I don't have to interact with the people that don't because they're rude. And that's the way I put it to my boyfriend when we had to talk to his parents, because his parents were, oh, they're not good people. Most of your friends are online strangers. Well, a lot of my friends growing up were online strangers as well. But that wasn't so much by choice as it was by necessity. Because when you're lumped in as with the stranger kids, with the people that, like, get on everybody's nerves, it can be kind of tough to, like, convince people that you're not what they think. Which is why a lot of the time I spend my time... Of course, I can't use an item after the keys spawn. What I used to do is I used to think, it just got really hard to, like, convince people that I wasn't what they thought. So I kind of played into that a little bit. You know, I got long hair, but I don't do weed or drugs or anything. I don't smoke. I'm a gamer, but I don't, like, curse. I don't hate people. You know. I kind of played into it, where I'm like, yeah, I'd be a gamer, but I'm not a creep. I might be gay, but I'm not a overly flamboyant dork. I'm somewhere in the middle of all of that, and it can be tough to let people see, make people see the other side of people, but I feel like if you can just open your mouth and talk intelligently, you've already set a different precedent than what they're looking at. Because a lot of people will look at me, and from a glance, they'll say, "Oh, he must sound like this." Like, yeah, bro. Like, yeah. I'm totally a hipster, bro. Like, I go for deli sandwiches. But, you know, you hear me talk on stream and stuff. Like, that's how I talk. I just talk like this. like an overly intelligent, like, dipshit who doesn't know when to shut up. But, like, still, it's different perception. Anyways, enough of me rambling about that. Let's get into these blocks, because we haven't talked about them before. When you hit them, they get tall, or long, or something of the sort. Well, I tried my best not to. I stayed away from all the troubled kids. I looked for people with the same interests. I just tried my best to stay out of trouble, because I knew that if I was getting into trouble, that was more hassle for my mom to deal with, and she didn't want to deal with that. And that was always something where I was like, yeah, I gotta be good to keep my mom out from worrying. And now it's to the point where she looks at me and she goes, you may not make the best decisions all the time, but at least I don't have to worry about you. She still does from time to time, but she doesn't worry about me like my little brother. Like my little brother, she's constantly nervous about him causing problems. Oh, my little brother absolutely got into so much trouble. He was kind of notorious for it. Really a hassle. Huh, I didn't even know about that. That's kind of neat. Anyways. Oh boy. And I fucked up. I don't know what I'm doing. Did the ice flower not exist in this generation? No, it did not. Sorry, I didn't see that real fast. No, the ice flower didn't come out until the next game, which was New Super Mario Bros. Wii. Its first introduction was in Mario Galaxy, which didn't come out for another year. So, or end of that year. Yeah, sorry I missed that comment before. No, ice flower did not exist. Most of your friends were girls. Eh, I wish. A lot of the girls didn't really like hanging around me very much, because they had this preconceived notion of what I was. Nowadays, you know, my best friend is Artie, so, I mean, that says it all right there. My dad used to poke fun of me when I was really little, because my best friend when I was a little kid was a girl named Cassie, and I was next door neighbors with her, and she was a sweetheart, absolutely, but my dad always made fun of me. She's your girl, right? I'm like, yeah. And she's your friend, right? I was like, yeah. But that doesn't mean, so she's your girlfriend. And I'm like, no, Dad, that's not how that works. My dad knew, but he liked to fuck with me. He liked to get a reaction. Because, you know, that's my dad for you. We're gonna take the spring with us. Or not, you know. Who needs a spring anyways? A little spring in your step. Not the one from America, the one from Europe. Well, you know. Kids are strange. I was a strange kid, but I wasn't, like, totally out there, so. So, there's one other thing I didn't mention about the bottom screen. I think it's in this game? It's not in this game. Okay. So, in later games, you could touch the bottom screen down here to go where you want to go on the map. I think it's New Soup 2 that did that. I know new Super Mario Land did that as well. I've still got to kind of figure out what I'm doing for recording 3DS games, so bear with me on that. I know I don't want to use Citra as the emulator, I just want to capture direct, but the easiest method for that might be just streaming the game to the computer with the new 3DS, but I don't know how to do that. So I've heard it's been getting good too, so I'd like to give it a shot. You know, take a look, take a peek. Up we go. Forward ahead. And of course, it's Bowser Jr., but this time there's pits, and we're on ice. And I die really easily. But this time, Gavin died. Oof. There we go. The juke. Yeah, he juked me. They don't ever really get that much smarter going forward, sadly. Which is a shame, but... eh. It's okay. They do bring back this mechanic late in, I think, either later stages, I know in later games. So... you'll get to see this mechanic of the rolling balls, dry bones, and a rising tower a couple other times. But as an introduction to this mechanic, it is pretty cool. Giant ball time. Because of course it's giant ball time. It's always giant ball time. Time to go to the ball pit. Oh, man. Yep, there we go. Fire flowers for the win. I do like other power-ups, and you'll see some of my favorites going forward. But for this first game, it is really like a hybrid of Mario 1 meets Mario World. Which is strange. But it's okay. It's like, we don't have the power-up variety quite yet. Oh, yes, yes. The boss stages with power-ups make this such a lovely ride going forward. Don't forget to vote which world we're doing next, since we do have a split path going forward. And that was not what I was going for. Here I go. And don't forget to leave a like and subscribe and stuff, because we are playing some Mario, and you know what? This game gets kind of challenging. And it is a bit long, so, you know, donations do help. I do have a fun story about falling on my ass. So, on my way to work one day, when I was still living in my hometown, one of the places decided not to lay out salt or anything. But I walked past and I fucking slipped on black ice. Nearing the end of winter, and I hadn't fallen yet on all of my walks to work. And it fucked up my back a shit ton. I got better, but like, took a couple years of good exercise. Yeah. It hurt like a motherfucker. I wanted to go home, but they were like, we still need you here. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. Like, my spine was literally jacked up for a while. It still is a little messed up, but like, it's not as bad as it could be, so. It's alright. It's alright, I'm doing okay. Ah, Hammer Brother. So, this is our next mechanic. I believe this is the first game that does it, but it is a tight window at the top. But if you manage to kill the Hammer Brother, you'll get a special item. But it adds an enemy to the stage, so it does get a bit dicier. This enemy was brought back later on. He takes multiple hits. He destroys blocks. What does the blue shell do? I've showcased it a couple times now, but if I get to running really fast, I'll hop into a blue shell, and I become the turtle shell. I keep moving at high speeds. It's actually faster than running. And I can jump, but I can't change my direction until I hit a wall. This is the only game where it's seen, and it's not brought back until something similar was brought into Super Mario 3D World, where you can grab a turtle shell and duck into it, and you'll have the same properties as this. But if you spend too much time in there, you'll dizzy out. Unlike in this game, where you'll be perfectly fine. We're just gonna mess with the booze for a little bit. You like to shake and jostle the platform. All the way back down. About to go up really fast. And yes, you can knock out booze that way. The shell power-up is super cool. I really wish they would have brought it back for literally anything. But it's alright. Ah, sweet, double force. Yep. It becomes, like, a really awesome power-up. Which one did we get this time? Ah, one-up house! So I get to show this off, because I'm not spending any of the star coins until we're done with the whole game. So in one-up houses, you can get extra lives. They're playing a little minigame. He scatters these, and all you gotta do is pick the block. So what you want to do is get all of the mushrooms, the 3, and then the 2 times, and then you'll get the maximum amount of lives in one of those mushroom houses. I'm sure we'll see it a couple more times because they are littered throughout the maps, but, you know, that's how it gets. I think we only spent like 10 minutes in this world. This hasn't been too bad. Ah, our next new mechanic. Lowering and raising platforms, but they're based on weight. Goat does not look happy. I raise, I lower. I almost die, but I survive. Papa. Remember, guys, at the end of World 5, I'll be closing that poll to pick which world you guys want me to tackle next. Right now, I believe World 6 is winning, but you can also vote for World 7 if you so desire. So I had a mini mushroom. I could have gone through there, gotten the next star coin. Or if I'm really quick, you can do that. And that, so you get some star coins. Man, this game is so good. Like, I could tell you how good this game is, but it really doesn't do it justice. This is a title worth having on the DS, or any system, really. The new Super Mario Bros. Games really do go above and beyond with their gimmicks and power-ups. And for being, in some cases, some people thinking they're mundane platformers, they really do shine as being some of the best mundane platformers, if that's the case. Because, oh my god, the gimmicks, the performances here, this game really does live up to the new in the title. Let's just hope that they can keep that running through line all the way through. I'm still souping. I'm still souping through the tomato soup. Oh, sorry. I needed to take a short breather. There's a lot of star coins. Why am I keeping them all? So I can keep a running tally. So star coins will let you open up other paths on the overworld, as if you've noticed those little posts. I'll show off what they do near the end, but there's a lot of other extra levels that we can get to by using those star coins. There's just enough star coins to get everything in the game, and I kind of want to show off that, but I gotta get all the star coins first, and I figure, why not make that its own thing? If by the end of the new Soup series, because the other games unlock worlds with star coins, so it makes it kind of a necessity to get them all. This is the only one where they're really optional. And I think that was done out of just the fact that, you know, this game can... They can throw a lot of star coins at you. There's only 3 per level, yes, so that means there's a set amount. They really can throw a lot at you, and they may not seem very important at first. But if I have enough, by the time I beat the game, I can showcase what they do. Which is something pretty neat. And of course, we have the Starman. I think it was called the Rainbow Star in this game in particular. I know it was called the Rainbow Star in Mario Galaxy. So. But no, they unlock something pretty neat at the end if you have them all. And here's our first other boss, Petey Piranha. Oh, the star coins? No, the... So, they're star coins because they're coins in this game. They're not stars. Oh, you're talking about the Starman. Starman is the name of the power-up. So, let's check our poll and see who won. World 6 won with 66% of the votes. So, guess we're doing World 6 next. I'll come back around and do World 5's boss tower with Mini Mushroom, because it can get tricky. And this can be a nice test. Because you have to go into it with the Mini Mushroom. So our gimmick for this is sidling up along walls. If we hit down, we can, of course, hang from walls. We can also jump, but our jump isn't quite as high. More powerful. I highly recommend watching a new Soup speedrun if you really want to see these stages fly by, because they are really good, especially an all stages run. Like, it's impressive. Just watching 100% new Soup run, it's really cool watching it. Of course, World 6 is our mountainous region. So if we do a high jump and land on a ledge, we'll automatically fall downwards. Not always helpful, but can be useful. There we go.
So nice.
Mario levels can get really quick when you really start to sit and play them. So, World 5 and World 6 are usually very quick. World 5 and World 6 are usually where a lot of people set the games down. Me included. When I initially played through this game and did my replay of it, I really just picked up the game and then put it right back down, because something about these two worlds just didn't feel right. But now sitting and playing with them, playing all the way through in one go, I mean, it just felt like maybe I was getting burnt out by that point, which could have been the case. But this time around, I'm recharged, I'm refueled, I feel great. I feel good. I mean, I could use one of those energy drinks from the fridge, but... And, yeah. That comes with the territory of streaming. Like, of course I'm gonna want an energy drink. I'm getting a bit tired. I've been talking my head off. Jump back. Up and over. Oh man. This is where the real challenge is gonna come in. So tomorrow's going to be Sonic Rush Adventure. So long as things continue the way they're going. Yeah. So that should be rather fascinating. See 2 DS games back to back. One early on in the DS, and one midway through the DS. And when I mean this game was early on, I mean it was a launch title. Or, well, near launch title. I think it came out with the DS Lite. I know that by the time I played it, the DS Lite was out, so... That was the most popular DS model, too. I actually have an original DS. Oh no. My boyfriend's worried about getting COVID. You had a DSi? That was always a good model of the DS, but that was definitely later. You have? Yeah. Yeah, the DSi was always a really cool system. My little brother ended up with the limited edition Mario DSi XL, and he gave it to my dad's ex-girlfriend's kid. So a really rare, really really special DS model given to a kid who doesn't realize how much it is, and has probably destroyed it by this point, because he was like 4. And wasn't really taught to really honor anything he ever had, so... That was... Yeah. That's been something of a frustration. My little brother doesn't really give a shit about it, though. He doesn't see the value in collecting game consoles or video games in general, so... He sees it as a profit margin. Because my brother is really more into money than he is actually gaming. So now we have a tilted floor! With spikes below us.
So nice.
Wouldn't it be cool if the platform jiggled around a lot more, or anything? Of course, this world has 2 mid-castles, so... Because we're getting into the Valley of Bowser, of course.
Here I go.
So my boyfriend is worried about having COVID, so... Now more than ever, if you guys could donate, that would be great. Or if you want something out of it, consider commissioning me. I do commissions. I'm not sure. He said he was hacking up a little bit, and I'm like, okay. And he said he's gonna go get a test done. So, yeah. And of course I've got a runny... I've had, like, a stuffy nose all day, but... Of course, we didn't get it from Ace Anthrocon, so this would have to be something from his work. Which, that's infuriating, right? You go to one of the biggest conventions, and you think, oh, you'll get it there. No. Mine are like, did you try an allergy pill? I don't know. I honestly don't know. He's got a couple issues already, so I don't know. We've had some fun figuring out what's been going on. Yeah, between this just popping up and him realizing that he's got high blood pressure, so... Yeah, it has been a fun month of figuring out what the fuck's wrong. So donations are gonna be welcome. Absolutely. I'll thank you, I'll shout you out. All the fun stuff. Oh, I'll be staying safe, absolutely. Oh, I believe you. Not to worry, Hazel. Actually, this Saturday we were supposed to go and get groceries. I've been eating a lot healthier lately. I've been trying to make food at the house, all sorts of stuff. Just trying to cook a lot more. Getting my passion back for cooking has been something of a struggle. You know? I would love some recipes. You know I'm not a picky eater, so... Absolutely. This is a money sack. The more you hit it, the more coins you get. And once you hit it enough times, it gives you one up. And you're initially supposed to chase it across this pathway. But I think it falls into one of the pits. You eventually see those guys come back, but they've got a much different design, so... Either they didn't remember they had that design, or something. Well, I like chicken, so... There's this breaded chicken I'm supposed to give a shot. Alright. Let's see if we can get close. Eh! Close enough.
So nice.
Alright. We're gonna be souping it up on the way here.
Here I go.
No. Neither of us have that gene. That is an interesting one to have, though, isn't it? For those who don't know, if you have a specific gene in your body, cilantro will just taste like soap to you. But no, I worked at Chipotle. Cilantro does not taste or smell like soap to me. I actually really like cilantro. I don't get it very often because it's a pain in the ass to cut, and I hate cutting it into a fine powder-like substance. Because cilantro, we had to like cut down to like 1/8 its size, and cilantro's a pain in the butt to cut. If you've ever worked at Chipotle, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Do I have a blender? I do have a blender, but I'm not gonna make cilantro. I'm not gonna cut cilantro in a blender. More so because of the blender that we do have, we use for milkshakes and stuff. And if I don't clean that out good enough, you're eating just cilantro, the milkshake. It does make it a lot easier, but it's also not what I'm gonna do. I think I could get some pre-cut stuff if I looked around for it. I just need to look around for it. Alrighty. There we go.
So nice.
The end of this level. We're almost to the end of World 6.
Here I go.
Just a rough chop. That's not bad. But yeah, shoot me a couple recipes. Stuff that you think I'd like. Tell me how many it serves, because I've been trying to cut down on portion sizes and all that. Even if I still make way too much, you know. Because my mom was taught to cook for, like, 6 or 7 people. Plus, somebody's gonna want to go for leftovers. And my dad was taught how to cook the same exact way. So when it comes to cooking, when I was taught how to cook, I was taught make enough for everybody to get at least a serving or 2. Cook for 4, that ain't bad. Yeah, most of the stuff that I know how to cook, it serves 6 or 7 people, and 2 of them might come back for leftovers. And I've managed to, like, cut it down a little bit, but I'm like, I've always got leftovers after I make dinner. Actually, before this stream started, I was eating leftovers from last night and a week ago, because I was like, you know, I made ribs the other week, and I was like, you know, I need to eat this up. If I leave this in here for another week, it is going to go bad. Oh, this is a hassle. Of course, he does his little charge. Boom! 2 ground pounds, and we're good to go. And that was a little bit of a hassle with the fire coming up. Alright, 2 more stages, and then it's on to World 6's castle. Then we gotta go back and do World 7. I figured maybe somebody would have joined me for co-commentary today, but it's alright. Hope you guys haven't minded me kind of meandering about with my thoughts today. There's not much to go into with this game. It's really just a fun time. I've been having fun revisiting it. Although I am nervous and whatnot, you know. The follower fish only follow you for a set amount of time for as long as they are on the screen. So if you can avoid them just a little bit, you'll avoid them all the way through. Honestly, once we get to the 3D Mario games, things are going to be a lot more interesting. Ah, it's one of these levels. Oh, of course. You always love the style of this game. Well, welcome, Stacy, and it is a pretty cool game. Yeah, the whole gimmick there is each coin block is going to turn into a star, and as long as you keep the star, you're golden. It'll let you get up into there. If not, you're gonna have to deal with the fish. Star has not run out yet. There we go. These world pools are mostly just mashing. And there we go. There we go, 1-up. I managed to show it off. That's how you get a 1-up from the flagpole. It is a little bit tight, but yeah. Since you can't go past the flagpole, they made just a hitbox just above the flagpole, where if you hit it, there's a 1-up.
Here I go.
Because it's like, ah, you're clever, cheeky. There you go, 1-up. That's what you get. Let's use the flower. If you are an item hoarder, this game will be a little bit more annoying for you. And it'll definitely teach you to be more liberal with your item management. Chain chomps, of course, when you free them, they'll give you coins, and the chain chomp will run off in a direction. So, be sure to free your local chain chomps. I don't know what that means, but somebody told me it's a good thing. I don't know. Yeah, it's another mechanic taken from Mario 64. Where if you free a chain chomp, you get a star. Here, if you hit the star, free a chain chomp, you'll get 3 coins. I'm going to be showcasing all sorts of fun little Mario oddities throughout this game. If you haven't played Mario in years, then you're in for a treat. If you have, if you've played it recently, I still might know a couple things you might not. So, unless you're some sort of, like, self-proclaimed expert, in which case, well, I'm screwed, but, I mean... Like, I'm not going to title this video, like, Things You Missed in New Super Mario Brothers. It's like, who gives a shit? But, like, you know, if I was more of a pretentious dick, I might just do that. 11 things you missed in New Super Mario Brothers. It's like, fucking... It's like, I don't know you. I'm not going to pretend. Ah. Bow. I love how these pipes are like, alright, new pipe. Every couple screens. It's not just one long tube. Things you can learn about Mario stage design from New Soup here. And with that, we've got the last regular castle before we go back and get World 7 done. Of course, we've unlocked another Mega Mushroom. World 8 is a little bit longer than every world we've seen thus far. It is also the most challenging world we'll see. So... hopefully I don't game over there, because I have been known to. Don't ask me how I'm supposed to get that. I think I have to throw a shell at it. Oh, there's that. These last couple castles are going to be
Here I go.
very difficult. There we go. Yeah, these last castles are gonna, these last worlds and castles, I might get a little quiet just because it is a bit difficult. Alright, first door. Once we're finished up with New Soup, I'll kind of take a look at where we're at, see if we'll come back to like do 100% some other day, but all right. And now we have Monty Mole in one of the cannons from. In one of the cannons from Mario Sunshine, because of course, why wouldn't he? So the flashing star coins on the overworld means that you have this many star coins, and you have a checkpoint. If you were to go and change stages, you would not have that many star coins or the checkpoint. So, it's basically a reminder that, hey, don't forget, you have progress here. So if you were to leave and come back, you'll still have your checkpoint and your star coins. If I remember correctly, you have to remember to save in this game, because there's not an autosave. Well, there is kind of an autosave, but it's not quite an autosave. Like, it's not an autosave in the way that, same way that we remember it here. Remember it nowadays, so. Alright. He thinks he's big and bad and tough. Kabling! Kabam. We just stole his key. Now we can leave the castle grounds and head towards the Valley of Bowser. But of course, we're not done yet. We still have to go back to World 5 and finish up World 7. So there's our save. We are a good ways into the game, though. Was not expecting to get this far. So I'm trying to remember if there is a mini mushroom. Tell you what, we'll use the first 5 star coins to go and see if we can get a mini mushroom. So I'm going to use a save state here. Because mini mushrooms are important and this boss is tough. Hey! I didn't even need the save state. So the mushroom house won't come back until we, I think, beat a level or beat a world, but one of the two I cannot remember. So we're going to save this mini mushroom all the way through up until the end. We want to get to the boss first. We have to land the final hit with the mini mushroom. So you could... oh, by the way, with those blocks like that, you could struggle, or you could just ground pound, and it will give you a ton of all the coins from the block. Really just rapidly hit. All you gotta do is hold down. That's a mechanic I didn't really talk about. Mostly because it's not that important. Guess we'll find out in a little bit whether my boyfriend has COVID or not, because he's going to be getting a test. Here's hoping he's in the clear. Oh, well, what do you know? Battles of the Minis. All I gotta do is run. So I think we can now get this star coin down here. We're just gonna walk so I don't interrupt that Koopa Troopa's walk cycle there. And now here's where we're going to save state again. Because believe it or not, bosses are where I'm going to struggle with Mini Mushroom. Because it's one hit kill, and you're tiny. And this one's got an ice floor. Says this one is Pita Piranha. Oh, and I do it first try, of course. The things I think I'm going to struggle on, and then I don't. Ah. Man, we're already at the 3-hour mark. I'd like to remind you guys to leave a like and subscribe and do all the fun stuff. And share links around, because this game has been quite a good length. Oh, and I'm getting excited, too, because in 5 days, a friend of mine is coming over. We'll probably be making a couple videos for you guys, so that way we can have some... Just to kind of spruce things up. World 7's the Cloud World. Because why go to the mountaintops when you can go beyond the mountaintops, right? Why walk around the mountain when you can go over the mountain? Be smart, take a plane. I mean, what? Except don't take a plane, because that still uses... Don't travel unless you have to. You shouldn't have to travel for all... There's a bunch of stuff where it's like, I shouldn't have to travel for this. But since I do, I'm not only ruining the planet, but I'm getting pissed off at all my coworkers and shit. Like, I've seen that happen more than once, where it's like, why do I have to travel for this meeting? Why couldn't this just be on Zoom? No idea. I know way too many people who are just like, yeah, we had a meeting today. I had to show up in person. I was like, really? Why couldn't it just be a Zoom meeting? And they're like, I don't know. Because some rude asshole said, well, they don't do any work otherwise. Which can be true in some cases. That's some very, like, outside the box bullshit right there. If you ask me. Shouldn't be many reasons for people to, like... Yes, leaving your house is cool. It's good. But, like, the outside world should be fun. It shouldn't be a chore. That's the way I see it. But I'm a crazy person, so what do I know? Ah, 2 1-ups right in a row. That's pretty good.
So nice.
World 8 is generally where I stop, but for this, I'm just going to be plowing right on through, because why not?
Here I go.
Ooh, and we get our good friend, the Shell. So I believe all of these doors have their own gimmicks. So this one is ground pound a shit ton. So we've done the top. Let's go to the left. Those are I don't remember what those are called. They're like pumpkin Goombas, but they take 2 hits. They're kind of weird. I like them. Ah, yes, the finger-pointing ones. They're weird, and I don't know what they do. But they do something. Into that door. So this is reminiscent of a different castle, a different Boo house. I believe the one from Mario World. One of the ones from Mario World, which was the last game we played for this series. Well, that's something cool too. The blocks that just launch your mushroom. I always thought those ones were pretty cool. Doing a block. Oh, they point out a moving block. That's what they do. Well, now I know. And knowing is part of the battle, I think. They say half the battle, but like, is it? Why couldn't just knowing be all of the battle? In education, it's all of the battle because you have to know shit. It's like, and knowing is half the fight. It's like, is it a fight? Is it really that much of a struggle to teach a kid how to do algebra? When is my next stream? Well, right now is a stream. My next stream will probably be tomorrow, where we'll be covering Sonic Rush Adventure, which is the sequel to Sonic Rush. But for now, I'm just playing new soup. Just eating me some soup. Some new soup. Some good soup. It's not old soup, it's just tomato soup. But was it this door? No. I cannot remember what door it was. When my memory sucks ass, but everybody asked me to remember something. It's like, do you remember what I asked to get? Nope, not in the slightest. Didn't seem important at the time. That happens way too often, by the way. Where I'm just like, yeah. That is such a fucking tricky jump where I'm just like, I don't know how to land on this. Alright, now that I know, I'm just gonna go for the exit. I was like, let's try to get the star coins. This time I'm like, yeah, no. We're just gonna go for the exit. Alright. Hope everybody's been enjoying this so far. I know this game can be a bit of a challenge. I couldn't hit the jump button fast enough. Oh well.
So nice.
Oh, at least we're done with the boo house up in the sky. 2 more stages before the castle. We shouldn't be here for too much longer. Ah, no, this platform. And this gimmick. The closer to one side you're standing determines which way the platform moves. Once you stand on the platform, it is constantly moving up. But it's all about where you're at on the platform. And of course, you don't want to fall because the game tells you don't want to fall. It's a bottomless pit. But when I go off to one side of the screen, I go to the other. Which is pretty snazzy. I missed coins because I didn't do that properly. Oh well. Wah. Wah. Just gonna let it get past that for a moment. You know, it's a cool gimmick. Certainly something a little bit different. It's using an idea from Mario 3, but I think doing it a little better. You're back? Well, welcome back. We're just finishing up this level here. Welcome back, Hazel.
So nice.
Ooh. Alrighty.
Here I go.
Water the dog. I had to feed the plant, water the dog, and walk the car. I mean, like, come on, man. Get with the times. Get with the times, man. Like, don't you know that you have to water your car, plant your dog, and feed the car? Like, come on. So on this stage, we are riding on top of a giant wiggler, and he goes with the music. I'd believe it. Luckily, it is not that hot for me here. I'm inside where it's like 72. Actually, it's more like 60-something, but... Who's nitpicking? Like, that's... Oh, right, I am. So for this stage in particular, when we run across open air, we fill a place with coins. Because, of course, this is an awesome concept, and it's used later on in New Super Mario Bros. 2 as the game's whole gimmick. This stage just loves coins. And there's a fun little bug for you. If you go through a pipe just as the star is ending, you'll get a little twirl as your next jump out of the pipe, as long as you jump fast enough. Visual bug doesn't do anything for the gameplay.
Here I go.
Something you might not have noticed, you know. But that is a good stage to grind for lives. And this is a terrible stage to have the mini mushroom. In fact, at this point in the game, the mini mushroom has become all but pointless. It has solved our two issues for castles, and now it is just a hindrance to keep on. But it's okay. I'll plow through like I always do. Not even gonna go for it until I have a mushroom. There we go. The mini mushroom's floatiness can be really handy, but it can be a little bit of a hindrance if you haven't mastered those controls yet. I'm not saying that I have mastered those controls yet. In fact, I'm just telling you. I have not. The controls for the mini mushroom are kind of evil. Most people haven't, no, because it's a one-time power-up in a Mario game that not many people go back to. So of course many people haven't, you know, mastered those controls yet. There, we can get rid of the mini mushroom now. Oh, man. The only reason it would still be useful for you at this point is if you were going for all star coins. Alrighty. All-star coins. So there's 3 star coins in every level. They unlock stuff on the overworld. They're those large coins that have stars on them. Every stage has 3 of them, and if you get them all, actually, right here, right now, that is a star coin. The new Super Mario Brothers games have these as collectible items, and they unlock, extra stuff on the overworld, and if you get every single one of them, you can get other paths, and, something pretty cool. I didn't say all star coins. I'm saying if you collect all the star coins, you can end up getting pretty cool, like, little extras. Oh boy. I'm not even gonna go for it. I already got it once. Oh, way to go. I actually have gotten all the star coins at one point in time. I haven't done it since, because after getting it the first time and thinking that the secret was pretty neat that you get, I also thought, well, I don't need to do it again. So the trick here is to ground pound him once after throwing the shell, and then just bonk him once. So ground pounds in this game do count as 2 hits, as I have recently learned. So that is good knowledge. I believe they take that away in later new Soup games, because it becomes a bit easier to ground pound the bosses. But, yeah. Ground pounding. Best friend. No, I don't want to save. What do I look like? Somebody who wants to save his progress? Oh, shit. Of course he'd have a mini mushroom. Of course. Drill there. The more star coins you can get as well, the more mini games you'll unlock, the further along in the story you are. So there are the multiplayer minigames that you can unlock. But, of course, there is a point where they do stop giving you multiplayer games. And that's just for collecting them, like... all the way back down to the bottom, because I am a doof and cannot finish this stage for some reason. So instead, what they end up giving... what's up, Hazel? What am I guessing at? Well, that's nice. Good luck with that. I wish you the best of luck. teachers are a necessary thing. Substitute teachers are like babysitters when teachers get sick. In a lot of cases. In one case in particular at my high school, there was a crazy dude who wouldn't shut up about the Civil War. And was such a wartime history buff that he managed to scare other students. He like literally scared the students out of ever wanting to learn. He said some misogynist stuff about women, and I never saw that guy ever again. So the moral of the story is don't be a crazy lunatic if you're a substitute teacher. I don't even remember his name. Don't be a crazy lunatic. The end. Moral of the story is don't be stupid.
Nice.
But I thought... anyways. 3 levels left, I think. He was an older man in his 70s, so... I could see you being a crazy person if you wanted to be. Is it your goal to become a teacher? Or is it your goal to just be a substitute teacher? Because being a teacher... because being a teacher is one thing, right? Loving to teach is one thing. But being a substitute teacher is a wholly different thing, because substitute teachers don't... In my experience from school, substitute teachers oftentimes didn't do shit. Well, yes, anyone can be insane. I'm saying if you're going to become a substitute teacher, don't creep out your students by constantly talking about the Civil War. Basically, whenever that guy came around, people just... At first, some of the kids were like, yeah, cool, he's got a lot of knowledge. After the 3rd or 4th year of having him as a substitute teacher, we just knew he was crazy. And nobody wanted him as a substitute teacher. In fact, anytime the teacher was like, we'll be out of town, if we'll have a substitute teacher, we were like, please don't be that guy. And we were like, what do you mean? I'm like, he tries to teach and he sucks. And he's a dick about it. Ugh. Alright, guess we're going the roundabout way. What did he say? I don't even remember at this point. I don't remember, and I don't want to repeat it if I did remember. Because he kept going on about how everybody's ancestors fought in multiple wars, and I'm like... Fuck you, dude. Nobody cares. Nobody asked. This isn't history class. This is English class. Half of us just came from fucking social studies. Go fuck off, dude. But he said something misogynist, and I don't remember what it was, but it disturbed a couple students, and I said... I legitimately looked at him and I said, you do not have a point or a right to really say any of that shit, dude. This dude was in his late 60s, early 70s. Like, he did not need the teaching job. No. It was not about that. Although I believe he was from the Deep South, but
So nice.
no, it had to do with women's rights. That's as far as I remember.
Here I go.
That's not what he said, though. It had nothing to do with that. As I said, it was misogynist, meaning it was related to women's rights, and I'm not going to open up that can of worms. All I know is I don't really want to talk about him because he was really a fuckwit. Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a substitute teacher who said some shit about women. And was all around a fucked up dude. This has nothing to do with that as a topic. I'm playing Mario. How the fuck did we get on this topic? How the fuck did we get on this topic? You guys are weird. Kind of weird topics. Got teaching license. That's how. Just don't be a weird Don't be a weird substitute teacher that kids don't like to have around. Be the fun substitute teacher. You're bringing some like muffins or something. It's like one muffin a student. It's like that's okay. It's like I'll have a muffin. There was a substitute teacher that brought in muffins. Wasn't every time, but when she did, it was super cool because it was like, sweet, I get something before my lunch, or it was like a period or two after my lunch, and I was like, I'm starting to get a little hungry again. Not hungry enough to really care, but hungry. You know, it's like, it's one of those. I don't have to have this. It'd be good if I did. Won't hurt me if I did. Yeah. So I gotta find the secret exit here. I think it's down in that pipe, but I need to get the bomb in there. Chat, how you guys doing? You holding up well? Hope you're doing alright, because we still got a little bit of ways to go on this game. Doing everything in this game 100% can be really draining if you're going for it on your first attempt. It's certainly one of those games where I feel it's better to take a breather every now and again. Like some Mario games, like Mario U, I can just breeze through. Something like this in Mario Wii, something about these two games, they go on for a while. And it's alright that they do. Longer experiences are cool. But sometimes I'm just like, this is a little long in the tooth, guys. I don't think that bomb's going to respawn. I think I'm gonna head back to World 2, because I think this was the one. Yep, you can get a Mega Mushroom. Because this seems like a plan. This is a plan. In these houses, you are guaranteed a Mega Mushroom. Make sure it hits the bottom screen before you leave, or else you won't get the item, I believe. If I remember correctly. I could be wrong. Has been a while. No, Revolta, Ohio is a northern state. It is... It's one of those states where we actually try to teach people history and what actually happened, instead of made-up bullshit, which some people have deemed to be what we were supposed to be taught, which was really stupid. That should make up for some extra lives. Boom! Secret exit. Oh.
So nice.
Speaking of made-up bullshit, a lot of people... so speaking of DS and Mario and made-up bullshit, so... I remember a lot of people were like, well, Luigi was in Mario 64 DS, you just gotta find him. And I'm like, no, he's not. He never was. Here's a really fun stage theme. With a really unique enemy. Like, you'll never see these enemies again. And of course, the stage theme for this stage is a pipe world, which is similar to the World 7 theme of Mario 3. Without going overboard, and still keeping that Mario Bros. Influence, so it's got the blocks that you hit from underneath and all sorts of stuff. And of course, it's still going to be a little bit of a maze. It's a pipe maze, of course. All around, this stage is pretty cool. We're going to be encountering hidden blocks and some cool stuff. Up we go. Mini mushroom. So, I believe those style of blocks right there, with the faces on them, with the O, when they get hit, they look kind of like the... There's a specific block that is in Mario and Luigi, Bowser's Inside Story, called the Goblin block, which is based on hemoglobin. And they talk. And they sound kind of like that when you hit them. I can't wait to do Mario and Luigi, too. Those games are really, really good. And now we've made it to World 7 Castle, meaning we are nearing the end of the game. So about a 4-hour game, if you're just going from point A to point B and trying to see all the worlds. Maybe 2.5 if you skipped them. That ain't bad. Not a bad length for a Mario game. Also, not a good jump for a Mario game. I don't know why I just didn't turn around faster. Alright. Oh, chat, I hope you guys have been enjoying this so far. Remember to leave a like and share this video with your friends. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs, and I think we could do it. Absolutely think we can. Alright. First snake block path. done. And we got a fire flower. I don't know why I turned around there. I guess because I thought I wasn't going to make it. That's weird. That's weird. I'm weird. You're weird. Fuck this. I need to, like, edit in, like the, like, so no head, and then they stomp a skateboard. So no block? Damn. Smash a skateboard. Oh boy. Large fire pillars. They've gotten a lot stronger since we've seen them in Mario 3. Of course, with the snake blocks. They've already begun to introduce more interesting mechanics all throughout this game. But then to come back to an old one, but then just make it act like crazy like this is really cool. Especially if you've played everything up to that point. And I believe the boss of this world is Lakitu. Or King Lakitu. Or no, Lakitu Bandit. Fuck you, Chuck. Alrighty. If I die again this time, we'll go back and we'll get a mushroom of some kind. Probably keep another Mega Mushroom in storage. I wanted to use it on the final boss, because I wanted to show how utterly busted that power-up can become. The answer is quite. There we go. This is a safe spot to stand. Alrighty. There's that. So, snake blocks are like auto-scrollers, but they're a bit trickier. I find snake blocks to be way tougher. Alright, fire flower against a boss. Let's see where this is going. Ground pound. Oh man, Paper Mario is going to be a really good series to cover too. Kaboom! And with that, we're off to World 8! The final world of the game. Man, we're already up to 90 views and only 8 likes. Oh man. Get some more likes, that'd be pretty awesome. So while there's not, I don't believe there's as many stages as it looks on the bottom screen, but you'll come to see there's actually a lot more than what we've seen up to this point. I always thought this background here was, like, the spookiest, scariest thing for Bowser. They always fall back to, like, lava. Why not this aesthetic, where it's, like, there's dead trees and stuff? Like, Bowser redecorated. It's no longer lava. There's, like, haunting dead trees, and ghouls, and pumpkins, and cool stuff. You know, stuff that would just look cool. Alrighty.
So nice.
First stage going through.
Here I go.
Next level. But yeah, if you haven't played this game yet, it is on the Wii U. It is still available there, so... it is a way to cover this game. I'm really hoping it comes to Switch at some point or another. But even if it doesn't, I think a new Super Mario Brothers game could be really cool. I doubt it'll happen because, of course, they'll be stuck with Mario U for a whole nother generation, and Mario Maker, well, it covers different ground. A lot of people are like, well, we could just play any Mario stage I wanted. But it's like, yeah, but these games had so much more than what's in Mario Maker 2. It's got so much more heart to it. I was really that close to the star coin? Wow. What a shame. So I like these versions of the Skeeters a little bit more because they drop bombs. They're more interesting. They're like... yeah, we could let Mario go through here. Wow, it just, like, jumped to the other side there. I remember these two stages being really tricky, but this time around, that wasn't too bad.
So nice.
First mid-castle. Of course, this being a handheld Mario game, got a lot of really nifty features. Like if you close the lid, Mario will say, I believe he'll say, bye, bye bye, which and I think he welcomes you back when you reopen the lid. Which I think is cool. So we go like, so yeah. Love me some good old new soup. I believe after this, I'm going to start recording some more audio for the Sonic video. We're going to try to have that up by the end of the month. Gonna be a good tricky time getting that out. Right as I'm about to go to Megaplex. Ugh. Got the thumbnail ready, the script written, most of the gameplay is recorded. Just need to get the audio. There's that. What? No.
Here I go.
It's alright. Since it's a castle, the item block, I believe, sits in place instead of... so as long as it's not a mini. Yep, not a mini. We will be in business. Kaboom. Kaboom, kabam. Boom. Bowser Jr. is toasted. We're at 99 coins. Nice. Whew. Such a good game, but it is getting a bit long in the tooth. Now you think, okay, we're only 2 levels away from the final castle. That ain't bad. Except it gets longer. This world doesn't really like to stop. So... our first new gimmick are these bouncy... springs? Bubbles? I really couldn't tell you what they are. Yeah, we'll use the item. No point, it is a water level. Use the currents to get ahead of the eel. That's a moray. Didn't go quite high enough there. And we should be getting close to the end. There we go. Of course, as we get closer, the random low poly backgrounds are getting a bit closer to the screen. Right outside the castle. Or so it thinks. And of course, now the spiders are getting a bit trickier. And the moving platforms are getting a bit tougher. So one thing they did implement in this game, which I think other games took out, is there's a bit of landing lag if Mario lands on a moving platform. That would be helpful in a 3D platformer. Make you carefully consider your jumps. In a 2D one, though, it just makes things hard for very little reason. So, how about them apples? And of course there'd be spiders. Because the developers thought, who doesn't love spiders? Arachnophobes. Me. Lots of people. Spiders are bad. Oh no. He said he won't receive his results till tomorrow. It's not good. For those wondering, my earlier on in my stream and today's stream, my boyfriend texted me and said that he thinks he might have COVID, so he went and got a test done. I hope it's just a common cold. Really do.
Oh, nice.
Because then we can power through this with a little bit of messing. If not, it's yeah.
Here I go.
Alright. And time for World 8 Castle. Top or bottom path? Just go up. Now, of course, if you didn't realize that that triggers all of them, you might think, well, how do you get that coin? Like that. That's how you get the coin. At the halfway point of this stage, and we've got turning triangular blocks and rotating rectangular blocks. Swinging rope vines and things that require you to hit the block a certain amount of times. Of course, you may be thinking, what could Bowser Jr. have up his sleeve? And it's Dry Bowser. In his one and only villainous appearance. I don't believe we ever fight anything like this ever again. But it's the same as the first fight. Except this time you have to hit the switch instead of not hit him. So, it's not that bad. But just when we thought all was over, bridge. There's a bridge now. And we are on the last little bit of the game. 4 stages, a mid-castle, and a final boss battle. Things are getting spicy. And even the DS emulator is lagging up a little bit. So. We got some Paper Mario vibes with the music in this last world, too. Actually, I think this is the most Paper Mario-y vibes that I get from any mainline Mario game. They really were not scared to experiment with music or visuals around this era. Sadly, this is the last time they really do that. I guess they thought, well, Mario has found his identity. We don't need to experiment anymore. Which is fine, I guess, but... Oh boy. I guess this is why I kind of appreciate this version of Mario so much. It's because after the Wii, they really didn't experiment with Mario too much, or at least they haven't yet. I think they really should, though. Try to push the boundaries of what a Mario game is. Odyssey's good and all, but I think if we push the boundaries in the 2D as well, we could really show that Mario still has room to grow, and is still a character that's well worth everybody's time. Alright. More original Mario Brothers style stages. This time with an even cooler gimmick. Platforms that we can bump the enemies from below. Just like in Mario Bros. Patterns, they're fun. Of course, we have the slow rise of lava, so we do have to keep moving. Higher and higher we climb. Okay. We should be done with this level now. And just in the nick of time, too.
So nice.
Ah, 3 stages left. You can taste the end. I don't believe there's any extra levels in World 8 here. It is all just straightforward, onward to boss. Of course, we got our first instance of the Sledge Brothers. One of the Sledge Brothers, anyways. When they hit the ground, they cause a shockwave, which isn't great, so you can just use a fireball to get past them real quick. Really is amazing how much of this game I've remembered. Nope. Oh no. If that's the case, that won't be good. There we go.
So nice.
2 levels left. I hope everybody's been enjoying this so far. I know my commentary has been very lacking throughout this playthrough. Just realized the mouse is back on this bottom screen. Oh boy. I think this will be my setup going forward for DS games. Pick a main screen and play from there. These are firework bombs. I don't know what they're actually called, but they're never seen again. That's a thing. A lot of the enemies you'll see in this series aren't really seen again after this game, which is weird because you could do so much with firework bombs. Make a red variant that, like, I don't know, maybe their fireworks go higher or farther. We've got the green variant. Alright.
So nice.
I'm gonna go ahead and turn off my fan real fast. It's starting to get a little bit chilly in here. Of course, this is the final mid-castle. Of course, also one of the trickiest. See, that's something you can't make the snake block do. Overlap itself in Mario Maker. Missed opportunity. Tisk, tisk. Alright, there's the checkpoint. Checkpoint. Sorry, I'm still a bit parched. Of course I messed up. Right near the end, too. It's alright. For the final boss area, we're gonna end up snagging some power-ups. Maybe I should go snag some power-ups regardless. Oh, look at what the goat brought in. I hope you get to feeling better, sweetie.
I really do. I'm gonna get myself some water right now.
You're gonna get yourself some what and what?
Water.
Okay. Alright. It's gonna be taking a rest. Of course, the Mario train don't stop rolling until the game's over, so... Of course, we're almost done, so... I will be breaking up the other new Soup games, just because. But for this first one here... no real need. Even if I am struggling to finish this singular castle. I actually don't remember these last 2 stages, so this is Actually been throwing me for a loop here, trying to remember exactly. Like, I remember the boss fight. That stuck out in my head, but the castle levels themselves have not. Of course, I keep thinking they're moving faster than they are. These don't become quite as bad in later games because you have flying abilities. Like the propeller hat or the acorn suit. They just don't seem as bad. They don't seem as hard. Missed it by 1 coin. If I miss it this time, we're just gonna... Alright. And in for the boss we go. And I think this time of all times I'm actually going to save state, so that way then we don't have to climb all the way back up. Because I've gotten pretty lucky with save stating. I haven't needed to... use... And of course, this time is no different. I save state hoping that I don't have to use it, and then I actually don't have to use it. With that, Bowser Jr. runs off to Bowser's castle, running back to Daddy. Let's go get a Mega Mushroom real fast, if I can remember which world had one. Of course, Toadsworth is here giving us our items instead of Toad, which I think is clever. We haven't really seen Toadsworth that much since, which is really a shame, especially since Toadsworth is such a good character. But with this world being so much larger than the other ones, it only makes sense that it's going to lag a little bit here in this overworld. Just so much 3D, plus little particle effects. But it's time for Bowser to meet his maker. It's always been a strange phrase to me. Meet your maker. But I don't even know who made me, so I'm like, I don't know. So, this is gonna flip us around here. And that is the gimmick of the castle. As you can see, the fires all over the place. We got upside down doors. The whole thing about Bowser's Castle this time is rotation. And what way you think is going to be the right way is probably not the right way. I wanted to save the Mega Mushroom for the boss itself, because I wanted to show how much of a joke he becomes. Do you think it's funny that it stops time and Mario just stands there frozen for a second? A little bit of a video gamey aspect. I really admire that. When a game is not afraid to be a video game, it's just, let's not even try to be realistic. Let's just have fun with it. That's the style of video game I like. When the video game is just like, yeah, we're just gonna have fun with it. So there's the Switch. There's the door. Now we come back through. Hope this isn't just a star coin. Because I remember this castle having a lot of dead ends. So the star coin's up there, but it's down here. Ooh, fire flower, just what I needed. That's not looking good. It's looking like that was all of that for a star coin. Of course, it says Mario's still at the start, but I don't think that's the case. And neither does the game. That first bit's just a maze. And of course, so is this. Alright, our first path is the bottom path. Oof. Rush Adventure should be a fairly good time. Good multi-parter. We're also going to be finishing up Hollow Knight this week, so... Of course, if I had a mini mushroom or was small, I could just slink right in there. But I'm not, and I'm not going to even try. Of course, Bowser Jr. with Dry Bowser and a potion concocted up by Kamek. We get Bowser back, but this time with Bowser Jr. for the final fight. Well, I said no. We used the main power-up for a cheesy ending. And that's all she wrote for New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. Of course, I will be covering the other New Super Mario Bros. Games. Don't you worry about that. But we will be breaking them up into parts so that way then they're a bit more manageable. This one did run just a little bit longer than I was expecting. Well, of course, it's got some of the best credits theme out there. I'm in fact going to turn it up just a bit just so you guys can hear it a bit better. I'd like to thank you guys so much for sticking around. And if you're just now coming in, there is about 4 hours worth of content you guys just missed. And it'll still be up here on YouTube. So, absolutely, if you just now joined me, go back, finish watching this. There's a lot of good content here. And if you're new here, remember to subscribe. I've got a lot of content on the way and a lot of content already up on my channel, from the Sonic series to Mario to Mega Man and everything in between. On top of that, you know, that's about it. But we're not quite done yet. There is a couple smaller things I'd like to show off about this game. So there's mini games, of course, but we'll have plenty of time to show that off during Mario 64. So, not to worry there. Since the mini games were cross-game, they put them in multiple video games, just like the Mario Brothers title in Mario Advance. Really showcasing that the new series was meant to really showcase the strengths of what had come before. Oh, man. It really is a good game. Yeah, my final thoughts is this is the tomato soup of New Super Mario Bros. Games. It's new, it's fresh, but you might have had it before, and it might seem a little samey if you continued to play it. Certainly good, certainly heartwarming, and you've got a lot of memories with it, much like tomato soup. Could even go good with some old memories plus a grilled cheese. So, that's my thoughts on New Super Mario Bros. If you haven't played it, go play it. It's really good. It's on the DS and the Wii U, and hopefully, eventually, it'll come into Switch. But, you know, for now, I'm okay with what we got. Even if it is a pretty kick-ass Mario game that more people need to play. This soundtrack is just phenomenal. Oh, man. It's a long 4 hours. But the next Mario game we'll be tackling is New Super Mario Bros. Wii. And the next game we're tackling on the channel is Sonic Rush Adventure. I've got Hollow Knight scheduled for Thursday still, and I think Wednesday will be something else a little new. So, just depends on if they're open for Wednesday. If not, it'll be something else. Just kind of depends. Just kind of depends. I know we're going to be doing Klonoa here soon, too. So, I don't remember if these screenshots, I don't believe these screenshots are of your actual playthrough. I believe they are just screenshots from the developers. But I could be wrong. Okay, yeah, no, these are just from the developers. That says everything, because we didn't see the Sledge Brother slam the ground. And Shigeru Miyamoto was just a supervisor on this game, which really says a lot. I think the team did a lovely job with this. And of course, Satoru Iwata. I believe it's the 7-year anniversary of his death. Which is really a shame. He's such a good man. That's the end, and here's a little secret. L, R, and A when selecting a file, and you'll get a Luigi file. So we'll show that off too real fast. Luigi. So when we get a star on the title screen, we also unlock this right here. So if you've gotten a bunch of star coins up to this point, feel free to spend them. They change what your bottom screen looks like. One for stars, one for underground, and then this last one unlocks when you have every star coin in every stage complete. And of course, now when we hit save, of course, now we can fully save instead of saving and quitting to the title. But that's all she wrote for New Super Mario Bros. Also, the intro screen changes if you've played as Luigi all the way through. So, but I won't get to show that off here. So, if you're new here, remember to subscribe. I've got a PayPal link on the screen as well as in the description below at paypal.me/Gavin Hinkle. We've also got on your screen in a little moment, there will be an easy button to subscribe, as well as a playlist hand-selected and a video hand-selected. So, if you're new to the channel, stick around, subscribe. And if you're not new, share links around with your friends. We're trying to get to 1,000 subs, and thank you guys so much for watching. I have been your humble host, Gavin the Kitty. Good night, everybody.